This is the kind of occasion we all relish as football fans. Non-stop hype all week long, and now for the action. Well, nights like these are just what you hope for as a spectator. A warm welcome. I'm Derek Ray, and keeping me company here on the commentary gantry is Stuart Robson. And what we have coming up for you is action from Champions League match day 1. Stuart, what are you expecting to see?
Well, I'm looking forward to this one, Derek. It's so important that you get off to a good start. So let's hope both sides go for the win here and we get an exciting match.
And so the starting 11 for Bayern. Manuel Neuer begins in goal. Leon Goretzka plays alongside Joshua Kimmich in the centre of midfield. And the main striker today is Harry Kane. Can he convert? And a goal to open the scoring. A very bright start to this one. Çalhanoğlu. Now with Mkhitaryan. Oh, great vision. Given away by Bayern Munich. Mkhitaryan. Federico Di Marco. Alessandro Bastoni. Henrik Mkhitaryan. Moving into the advanced position. Guerrero. Kane. It's a fierce effort. Well, just on target, but it goes down as a chance to extend the lead.
Well, it was a decent effort, but in the end, not quite good enough, was it?
And the flag does go up, offside. Guerrero. Kane. Michael Olise. The supporters want to see him have a go. Oh, great defending. Kane. Really good build-up, but no end product. Well, we can see what they're trying to do, but not a memorable passage of play. And threading it through. Barella. Passing it around as the search goes on for an equaliser. Well, they were very patient, but they no longer have the ball. Marcus Thuram. Sound goalkeeping, not letting the opposition have any scraps. Çalhanoğlu. Barella. It's with Çalhanoğlu. And defensive play to be applauded.
Well, that was a great save. But the way they're playing at the moment, the equaliser can't be far away now.
He takes aim. Blood on the ball from the keeper. Tremendous block. Chance to play it in. Routine catch from Manuel Neuer. Musiala. Defensive Brazilians to shut them down.
Well, there it is. The visitors have completely dominated the game in the last 15 minutes and have created one or two good chances with it. If they can continue to play with this domination, it's only a matter of time before they draw level.
Giving them a different option by moving in field. Çalhanoğlu. Oh, the perfect position to read it. Doesn't have to do it on his own. And credit is due for that good piece of defending. Really fine piece of defending play to break us up. Mkhitaryan. On to Thuram. Nice weight on the pass. And the ball's gone. Kane. Bayern pushing forward with options available. Guerrero. Surely. A goal for Bayern to extend their advantage. Federico Di Marco. The ball with Martinez. And it's whipped in early. And in fact, a bit too close to the goalkeeper. And that was always going to be claimed. Bayern able to win the ball back. Di Marco. Now let's see what they can do here. Oh, that's a really good run. He's kept it out, fully stretched, somehow reaching it. And how about the short corner? Under pressure. Michael Olise. Now the managers will now deliver their half. So back underway and an intriguing second half in prospect. Mkhitaryan. Losing possession here. Barella. It's with Çalhanoğlu. Well, that's splendid play. Oh, what an opportunity. The keeper making sure that was pushed well away from danger. Dumfries.
Well, it might not get his side back into this game, but I have to say, that was a top-class save.
And teammates around him. But the danger averted for now. Thuram. It's with Çalhanoğlu. A good vision there. Barella. Well, he read that brilliantly at the back. Michael Olise. Jamal Musiala. And Bayern Munich now in potential. And it's 2 for him today. A masterful performance. The defenders unable to stop it. Marcus Thuram. Regained possession. Well, in the grand scheme of things, pretty straightforward for the keeper. Pavard. It's with Çalhanoğlu. And into the last 30 minutes now. Getting in there to intercept. Goretzka. Konrad Laimer. It's with Guerrero. Sané. Superb block. Given away by Guerrero. Çalhanoğlu. Not really the high percentage option to try your luck from there.
Well, his teammates aren't particularly happy. He was never going to score from there.
This looks promising. Electing to shoot. A goal! How about that? He's put it away to make it a hat-trick. Barella. He read the situation defensively and did his job. Sandro Bastoni. They've lost it. That's a good-looking ball. Really have to get it spot on to finish from there, and it was miles off target.
Well, maybe not the right choice there. That's a poor effort.
Kimmich. Konrad Laimer. Harry Kane. Laimer. Well, just over the crossbar. Excellent effort. Dumfries. Well, they couldn't keep it. Michael Olise. Well, doesn't have to do it on his own. Federico Di Marco. Trying to win it back. Offside. Not a good pass. A real struggle to contain him. Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. Now the counter-attack looks on. Well, they seem to be onto something positive, but it faded away. Barella. Dumfries. Now with Calhanoglu. Strong hand on the ball. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. Sané, good defending. And threading it through. Strong glove on the ball from the keeper. Leroy Sané. Musiala. Good ball over the top. Robbed of possession, Mkhitaryan. Oh, he'll take it on. And that is full time, really the worst. Kickoff is nearing, and there is increasing excitement inside the stadium. Who has the ingredients necessary for victory? What will be the other storylines out there on the pitch? Welcome everyone on a perfect night for football with the floodlights beaming down. I'm Derek Ray at the microphone, and joining me for match commentary is Stuart Robson. And it's the opening contest for the two teams in this Champions League season. It is Bayern Munich against Paris Saint-Germain.
Well, thanks, Derek. As always, when you're playing your first match, there's going to be a little bit of anxiety and tension. But these are two decent teams, so I'm expecting a really good game today.
Here's the initial 11 for Bayern. Manuel Neuer begins in goal. Joshua Kimmich plays with Leon Goretzka in the centre of midfield. And the focal point in attack today, Harry Kane. And here's how the lineup looks for PSG. Gianluigi Donnarumma is the keeper. Achraf Hakimi plays with Nuno Mendes in the fullback positions. Fabian plays alongside Vitor Pereira in central midfield. And the responsibility of leading the line today goes to Ousmane Dembélé. Can he open them up here? Good defending to stop a decent-looking attack.
Well, the fans are certainly having their say. Just listen to them. They thought that was a penalty.
And playing it through. Well, offside, but a tight call.
Well, that was really close. It was almost the perfect run, wasn't it?
Hakimi. Oh, good-looking run. Prepared to take on the shot. And the keeper got there, and comfortably. Sané. Now what can they do from here? Hey! That is the opening goal of this match, and what a start they've made. Marquinhos. Fabian. Pereira. Fabian. Here's Marquinhos. Vitor Pereira. And Fabian. Takes the shot. Unable to close down the shot. And he clears the danger. Who can he pick out? Could be! And forcing his opponent in the nick of time. But he's gone short with it. Sané in the middle. And that's gone out of play for what will be a goal kick. Fabian. Now they have possession in a good area of the pitch. Spot on with that challenge. Sané. A cut back. He must finish. Oh, a smart stop. And taken short. And ready for it is Leroy Sané. An utterly disappointing cross. Goal kick. And PSG couldn't hang on to it. Keeps going. But it fizzles out thanks to that piece of defending. Harry Kane. Sané. Here's Kane. Looking for the right angle. And quick thinking defensively. Hakimi. Just the challenge that was required. Sané. And Bayern moving the ball with purpose. Excellent ball over the top. Read it well. Well, not pretty, but very gritty. Hakimi. Kane. Will he finish? Kane! Oh, it's off the post. Well, that's a sad end to the attack. So on the cusp of the half-time interval, and it's so far so good for Bayern in terms of the scoreline. Stuart, what have you made of their performance to this point?
Yes, they've defended really well all over the pitch. Their work rate and discipline has been excellent. Any drop in tempo and this lead could easily slip away.
Pereira. And a fine tackle. Pereira. Dembele. This could be the equaliser. And it's a goal for Paris Saint-Germain to square this game. If you're wondering about stoppage time, 1 minute to be added on. Marquinhos. Now the manager. And as the second half commences, both sides can reflect on a first half in which they were so very evenly matched. Marquinhos. Pereira. Here's Marquinhos. Vitor Pereira. And Bayern have the ball once more. Michael Olise. And Kimmich. Jamal Musiala. Good idea. Offside it is. Such a pity for him.
Well, he thought he was onside, but I think the assistant got that absolutely right.
Dembele. Really good challenge. And he's in. And a decent save. Full credit. Favouring the short one. Kimmich. And here's Dyer. And there is the goal to re-establish their advantage. Marquinhos. Here's Fabian. Pereira. Fabian. Dudamich. Pereira. Vitor Pereira. Minge. Nicely timed tackle. Olise. Harry Kane. On to Goretzka. Well, all doing their bit to keep them out. Excellent block. So a corner to Bayern. Can they use it to add to their lead? A good palm on it. And a wretched cross, really, over everyone. Well, PSG have it back now. Konrad Laimer. and teammates around him. Beautifully weighted ball. Oh, it's a goal! And certainly a deflection off the defender into the back of the net. No shortage of goals in this match. 3-1. Marquinhos. Pereira. Here's Fabian. Hakimi. Dembele on the ball. Excellent defending. Counter-attacking possibilities. A fine cross. And clears the danger. Oh, tremendous vision. Well, it looked highly promising, but they got nothing out of it. Harry Kane. Corner for Bayern then. And played short. Crossed into the penalty area. And under pressure, that was a fine play. Hakimi. Well, it's Bayern's turn now. Kane. Chance here. And holding the woodwork.
Well, from that range, he should be scoring. I think that's a big miss.
Well, getting close to full time, and it's all going to plan for Bayern.
Yeah, this has been a good performance. They've looked really sharp going forward, and they've shown a lot of energy. They'll certainly be pleased with their overall display up to now.
Kane. He's hit it with authority. The crossbar got in the way. And cleared away.
Well, that really would have settled it. Just inches away from going 3 goals up.
Well, having been denied by the woodwork, now the focus is on keeping the opposition at bay. 5 minutes to go. Well, nothing like annoying your opponents when you have such an effective passing game. Goretzka. And it's Kim Min-jae. Joshua Kimmich. Well, the stoppage time situation. 1 minute here. Kane. So full time it is, and a morale boost. to a crescendo all week, and very shortly it will be for real. We have all the action for you live. And good evening on what is a perfect night for football. The floodlights shining down on the players as we speak. My name is Derek Ray, and joining me for commentary is Stuart Robson. And it's the opening contest for the two teams in this Champions League season. It is Bayern Munich, and they take on Real Madrid.
Well, I'm looking forward to this one, Derek. It's so important that you get off to a good start. So let's hope both sides go for the win here and we get an exciting match.
And here's how Bayern will line up. Manuel Neuer begins in goal. Joshua Kimmich plays with Leon Goretzka in the centre of midfield. And the main striker today is Harry Kane. And the starting players for Real Madrid. Thibaut Courtois is in goal. Lucas Vazquez plays with Ferland Mendy in the fullback positions. Rodrigo plays with Vinicius Junior in the wide areas. And the main striker today is Kylian Mbappe. And he has options available. Kylian Mbappe. Could be threatening. We saw the situation developing. Rodrigo. The ball back with Real now. Mbappe. And the cross smuggled away. Well, who will be the player to decide the outcome, to determine the course of events? No reason at all why it won't be this man, Stuart. What do you anticipate seeing from him?
Well, he will try and get on the ball as much as possible. He loves to affect the game with his combination play, and I'm sure we're going to see a lot of that again today.
Decent position. Opportunity here. Oh, magnificent reaction. Forced error, and it's going to be a throw. Lucas Vazquez. Trying to open up the defence. Guerrero. Sané. And return to Kane. So they had attacking momentum, but not so. Promising move this from Bayern. Kane. Harry Kane! And a goal! That will do it! They've been pushing for it, and now they've been rewarded. Rudiger. Ball with Lucas Vazquez. Federico Valverde. Aurelien Tchouameni. Mbappe with it. It's a weighted pass. It's an obvious offside. Sané. Well read to put an end to that attack. Fine play, and it's in! Beyond the goalkeeper, Real Madrid on level. Leon Goretzka. Now with Kimmich. Kimmich. Olise. Now Dyer. Kim Min-jae. Jamal Musiala. Michael Olise. That's a very fine piece of tackling. Promising attack, this. Being outdone by the crowd. And the pass not quite accurate enough. And a throw in then. Lima. Could play it in. Well, a top-notch piece of defensive judgment. Mbappe. Oh, that's a super piece of defending. To jump in front. Tremendous block. Really fine piece of defending play to break it up. They've chosen to go through Harry Kane. Options around him. Mopping up defensively. Vinicius Junior. So the whistle then. We're up the half. So back underway here into the second half. Olise. Now with Kimmich. Goretzka. Joshua Kimmich. Leon Goretzka. Now with Kimmich. Olise. And Kimmich. Olise. Sané. And now Guerrero. Oh, great defending. Well, the counter chance looks very real. But a real struggle for both sides on the possession front here. Now, who can he play it to? Well, didn't go to plan in the end. Michael Olise. Lima on the ball. Jamal Musiala. Bayern have given it away. This looks interesting. Might go ahead. And a goal to re-establish their advantage. Just look at the celebrations. Lucas Vazquez. On the ball, Rudiger. Lucas Vazquez. Aurelien Tchouameni. The ball with Lucas Vazquez. Showing fine vision. Well, it was close, but offside nonetheless.
Well, it's a matter of inches there, but he just went a fraction too early.
Guerrero. Decent position. Well, the goalkeeper making a big contribution and denying him another one.
Well, it's another chance for him. As you said, he looks so hungry for goals today.
He read the situation defensively and did his job. Just lost his focus. Throw in here. Space for Real out wide. Very quick thinking there. Could be dangerous. And Kane might mean business. The fans are shouting, shoot. Well, chance wasted.
Well, through on goal, you have to show more sense here. He just put his head down and whacked it. Not good enough.
Lucas Vazquez. Clear foul, but a Real Madrid advantage. The ball with Lucas Vazquez. And in the end, he's run out of space. Eric Dyer. Wilting under the pressure. And now, this could be the equaliser. What a block! Real Madrid trailing here. Can he do it? Lovely little defending. Kim. Lima on the ball. Olise. Plenty of support here. And a foul in the opinion of the referee. Now, what can they do from this free kick situation? Rudiger has it. Lucas Vazquez. On the ball, Rudiger. Mendy. The ball with Lucas Vazquez. Vinicius Junior. Mbappe. Rodrigo. Crucial piece of defending. Well, we're inside the final 10 minutes of this one. Oh, big chance! And a precise challenge just when it was required. And having a goal! And he's kept it out, fully stretched, somehow reaching it. Sané. Goretzka, and a goal! If there were any remaining doubts, that will settle the issue. Courtois. Mendy. Lucas Vazquez. Now with Bellingham. Comes down to the final 5 minutes. Mendy. Vinicius Junior needs to clear it away. And the counter looks on here. Options available. Piece of defending play to break us up. Now, who can he play it to? Well, disappointing end to the move. Leroy Sané. Goretzka has it now. Well, now is his final, and Real Madrid...
Yeah, but we...
Well, what a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and we're just moments away from kick-off time. Stay tuned for the live action. Well, nights like these are just what you hope for as a spectator. A warm welcome. I'm Derek Ray in the commentary position and I'm joined for expert analysis by my partner Stuart Robson. And what we have coming up for you is action from Champions League match day 1. Stuart, tell us about your pre-match thoughts.
Well, you can sense the anticipation around the ground today. Both these teams would love to get to the knockout stages, so it's always helpful to win your first game.
And the lineup for the home side. Jan Sommer is the goalkeeper. Francesco Acerbi plays alongside Benjamin Pavard in central defence. Hendrik Mkhitaryan plays alongside Nicolo Barella in the centre of midfield. And in attack, Marcus Thuram plays alongside Lautaro Martinez. And so the starting 11 for Bayern. Manuel Neuer begins in goal. Joshua Kimmich plays with Leon Goretzka in the centre of midfield. And the focal point in attack today, Harry Kane. Kane. Making sure nothing untoward happened. Superb tackle. Barella. Michael Olise. Might be able to set up the chance. But no, just offside.
Well, it was close and it is offside. The assistant got that absolutely right.
Çalhanoğlu. Well, that one has promise. And the throw-in forthcoming. Çalhanoğlu. Pavard. Can they forge ahead? Textbook defending inside the box. And there the move will end because it's offside. Close though. Kane. Trying to find the right angle of attack. Well, strong hand on the ball. Doing well to win it back. What can they do from here? Michael Olise. And goes for goal! Goodness gracious me! How about that for technique? You can't strike them much better than that! And he's lost out here, Mkhitaryan. Çalhanoğlu. Barella has it. It's with Çalhanoğlu. Moving it forward. Barella. Excellent assessment of the situation at the back. Sané. Can he find the right pass? Sané. Well, not great on the accuracy front. Goal kick here. Barella. On to Thuram. And it's a quality pass. Offside the decision. Harry Kane. Harry Kane. And a goal here for Bayern. It's going to be so difficult to thwart them now. And unable to keep possession. Olise. Well, Bayern have it back now. Well, a good tackle. situation defensively and did his job. Jamal Musiala. Guerrero. Now Harry Kane. Well, catching it sweetly, but not quite the accuracy he was looking for.
Well, it's always a difficult technique on the volley, but I think that's a massive chance he should score from.
Robbed of possession. Mkhitaryan. Bayern pushing forward with options available. And teammates to play it to. Well, it still could be dangerous. And the attack fizzling out. This could be troublesome. And the keeper more than equal to it. Joshua Kimmich. Michael Olise. Kimmich. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. Now a decent position. Martinez. And a timely intervention. And he's made headway. Oh, good strike. Denied by the bar. Back in play here. And with that, the first half draws. Well, off and running again, and still reflecting on a spellbinding first-half performance from Bayern. Will we see more of the same in the second 45? Sané. Konrad Laimer. And Kimmich. Guerrero. Kim. Joshua Kimmich. Kane. Well, not quite precise enough when all was said and done. Read that pass all the way, cutting it out. But he's certainly not alone. Good weight on that pass. Palmed away by the keeper. Çalhanoğlu. Strong but fair tackle. Trying to really get at the opposition here. Able to skip past his man. Can he take advantage? Last man back and job done. Mkhitaryan. The ball with Martinez. Relying on the passing game in a bid to get themselves back into it. He got nothing but ball. He's conceded the corner.
Well, these fans can sense an opportunity here. They need to make the most of this corner.
Oh, tremendous goal! Technical excellence to finish that one off. Wonderful to have that in your repertoire. Kimmich, happy just to retain the ball in their own half and draw out the opposition. Goretzka. So half an hour remaining. Leon Goretzka. Laimer on the ball. Goretzka. Leroy Sané. It's with Guerrero. Sané. And Bayern Munich now in potentially a dangerous position. But they took care of the situation defensively. And that puts them in position. Kane. Michael Olise. Opportunity! And the keeper has to deal with it. Mkhitaryan. Thuram. Barella. Thuram. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. And Bayern could get in behind the defence here. Just straying offside. Alessandro Bastoni. And passing it well. Mkhitaryan. Çalhanoğlu. That's a good-looking ball. Oh, but cutting it out in the nick of time. Guerrero. What a magnificent pass. Thuram. What a block. Kane. It should be. A goal for Bayern to extend their advantage. Di Marco. On to Mkhitaryan. Always going to be the goalkeeper's ball. And nicely over the top. Oh, tremendous vision. And the defensive intervention there. Ten minutes to go. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. Marcus Thuram. Excellent strike! There's still danger here. Well, they can keep possession of it now. Well, nearly there. This game almost over. And looking at the fans, Stuart, they appear to me to be more than a bit gutted.
Well, there's been a real lack of energy right from the start of the game. Certainly when they haven't had the ball. They're closing down, decision-making and recovery runs just haven't been good enough.
Just cutting off the supply. Advantage played. Martinez. Not the pass he had in mind. Guerrero. Could play it in. And there is going to be stoppage time, but only the 1 minute. Excellent ball over the top. Not going to get away with that because it's offside here.
And he shouldn't be offside there. He's gone too early, and that's a waste of a great opportunity.
And there goes the final whistle. Well, they've got to make... This is the kind of occasion we all relish as football fans. Non-stop hype all week long. And now for the action. And good evening to you from the Parc des Princes here in the French capital, Paris, the venue for tonight's action. I'm Derek Ray, and my commentary partner, as always, is Stuart Robson. And it's the opening contest for the two teams in this Champions League season. It's Paris Saint-Germain up against Bayern Munich.
Well, I'm looking forward to this one, Derek. It's so important that you get off to a good start. So let's hope both sides go for the win here and we get an exciting match.
And here is the initial 11 for Paris Saint-Germain. Gianluigi Donnarumma stands between the posts. Achraf Hakimi plays with Nuno Mendes in the fullback positions. Vitor Ferreira starts alongside Fabian in central midfield. And the lead striker is Ousmane Dembélé. Chance for Dembélé. And a goal it is! No long wait for the opener today. Olise. Now Dyer. Olise. Here's Kim Min-jae. Joshua Kimmich. Olise. Lima on the ball. Kimmich. And Bayern moving the ball with purpose. And blocked there. And the referee has decided to award the free kick to PSG. Hakimi. Plenty of support here. He spoiled them on his own. And the deflection there before it went over the byline. Going to be a corner. And knocked out of there. Hakimi, and Bayern doing well to win it back. Konrad Laimer. Dembélé. Sloppy in possession from Bayern. Took a really smart piece of defending to stop them. Well, we can see what they're attempting, but it's just not coming off. Dembélé! Well, fractionally wide. Good strike. Oh, nice work to get past his opponent. But no damage done, that's the main thing. Vitor Ferreira. Now, what can Paris Saint-Germain do from this position? And a timely intervention. Could be troublesome. And that's a really fine piece of work defensively. Dembélé. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. And he has options available. Sané. Now with Kane. And a struggle for Bayern to keep hold of the ball. Promising move this from Bayern. But quick thinking defensively. Dembélé. Hakimi. Oh, that's a really good run. He can't hold on to it. Vitor Ferreira.
Well, 2 goals down, and it would have been very hard to see them getting back into this one. But that save from Neuer certainly gives them hope.
Ferreira. And quick thinking defensively. Olise. Teammates available. Kane. Oh, showing good patience. This could square the game. Making sure nothing untoward happened. Superb tackle. Keen to take it short here. Goretzka. Now Harry Kane. Leroy Sané. Oh, great defending. Hakimi. In a position from which they could potentially do a bit of damage here. Dembele. Oh, in with a touch! Pivotal moment defensively. And threading it through. Could be dangerous. Oh, body in the way, crucially. And coolly done despite the mounting pressure. And so the half-time whistle has gone. So underway in the second half, it's PSG in front, but a long way from being done and dusted. Marquinhos. Here's Fabian. Here's Marquinhos. Fabian. And a tidy challenge. Hakimi. They've lost possession, Paris Saint-Germain. And scope for them to produce something exciting. Nice looking pass. Oh, Bayern Munich have possession again. Leroy Sané. Players waiting in the middle. And unable to pick out a teammate. And that'll be a throw. Well, trailing, but this looks promising. Magnificent challenge to win it back. Well, Ousmane Dembele stamped his authority on the first half. What did you make of his performance?
Well, I thought he had a really effective first half. Not only did he get the goal that gave them the lead, but his general play was really good. He was a constant threat, and I'm sure we'll see more of him in the second half.
Great vision from Leroy Sané. Oh, the referee points to the spot. Penalty. Chance to equalise here. Oh, he's guessed quickly and saved it. Short corner favour. Not to be in terms of the cross there. Goal kick coming up. Hakimi. Well, doesn't have to do it on his own. Dembele. And he did well to cut it out. Musiala. Sané. Kane! And foiled by the post. Danger averted for now.
Well, Bayern will certainly be frustrated at the moment. They thought that was the equaliser. They've got to keep the pressure on now.
And blocked there. Bayern have given us away. Dembele. Goretzka. Racing forward, trying to catch them out. This could be troublesome. And a goal here for Bayern. Beyond the goalkeeper. Bayern on terms. Fabian. Here's Marquinhos. Fabian. And into the last 20 minutes. Hakimi. Dembele on the ball. Vitor Pereira. Well, plays with a positional sense that is second to none. They are enjoying plenty of space here, Bayern. Kane. Well, Bayern couldn't keep hold of the ball. 15 minutes left for play. Well, he's certainly not alone. Kane. To the goal that puts them ahead. Oh, a smart piece of goalkeeping. And they can't be separated at the moment.
Well, what an important save that is. He's just got his team out of trouble there.
The ball back with PSG now. And passing it through. That's a foul. And it will be a potentially dangerous free kick. Oh, they've done it! They forged ahead, and it might be the goal that gives them victory. Kimmich. It's Kim Min-jae. Leon Goretzka. Joshua Kimmich. Onto Goretzka. Eric Dyer. Well, he prevented it from going over the line. Goretzka. It's with Guerrero. Musiala. A really single-minded piece of defending to make sure nothing untoward happened. Guerrero. Here's Sané. Really nice ball. No strong hand on the ball. Fabian. Pereira. Here's Marquinhos. Hakimi. That's a good ball. Can they convert? In it goes! To increase their advantage. And that is all for this. Building to a crescendo all week, and very shortly it will be for real. We have all the action for you live. Hello and welcome to one of the most recognisable venues in world football, the Estadio Santiago Bernabeu here in Madrid. I'm Derek Ray, and sharing commentary with me as usual is Stuart Robson. And what we have coming up for you is action from Champions League match day 1. It's Real Madrid up against Bayern Munich.
Well, thanks, Derek. As always, when you're playing your first match, there's going to be a little bit of anxiety and tension. But these are two decent teams, so I'm expecting a really good game today.
And the starting 11 for Real Madrid. Thibaut Courtois is in goal. Ferland Mendy plays with Lucas Vazquez in the fullback positions. Rodrigo plays with Vinicius Junior in the wide areas. And handed the task of playing up front today is Kylian Mbappe. He has teammates around him. Kane. And a goal to open the scoring. A very bright start to this one. Good ball to switch the play. Courtois. The ball with Lucas Vazquez. Jude Bellingham. A really good pass. And Real come away with it. Konrad Laimer. And out of play it goes. Disappointing pass. Vinicius Junior. And Bayern able to win the ball back. Michael Olise. Jamal Musiala. Very alert defending to cut off the supply. What can Real do from this position? Vinicius Junior. This could square the game, but the keeper has his say. And how important could that be in the grand scheme of things?
Well, that was a big chance, and really he should have taken that. But let's give credit to the goalkeeper. It's a decent save.
Well, good run and good ball control. Real Madrid have given it away. Good distribution. Kane! And the goalkeeper covered a lot of ground to push that away from danger. Mendy. Well, a good tackle. Rodrigo. He has time to play it over. An unforced error, you've got to say. Feeding it through. Hey! Brilliantly blocked. Super tackle, and they've won possession. Sané. And a goal! Calls for celebrations again. 2 in front. Jude Bellingham. And it's with Courtois. Federico Valverde. Perfectly positioned to take it away. Well, that one has promise. Vinicius Junior. And a big moment because the referee has pointed to the spot. Penalty coming up. To pull one back here. And that is when you need your goalkeeper. Trying to pick out a teammate. Oh, that's not a good clearance. Well, the keeper dealt with the danger. And the referee blows the whistle. It is a free kick. Not what he was intending. Bad pass. And the emphasis is on creativity. Kimmich. And there it is. But hang on, the flag has gone up and it's not going to count.
Well, it was a close call, but he is just offside. Good finish, mind you.
Jude Bellingham. High quality defending. Guerreiro. Here's Sané. Still looking for space. A good and fair challenge. Mbappe in the centre. And coolly done in the end. Olise. And that pass needed to be a lot more precise. Vinicius Junior. So, a Real Madrid corner.
Well, they haven't seen too many chances, but the crowd sensing this could be a turning point. They need a goal here.
A goal! Just what they needed. Still plenty of life in this match. Very dire. Olise. And Kimmich. And the first half... So the second half underway here, and Bayern looking to build upon a largely positive first half showing. Joshua Kimmich. Michael Olise. Lima on the ball. Eric Dyer. Joshua Kimmich. Oh, nice work to get past his opponent. Guerreiro. Leon Goretzka. Plenty of support here. Oh, what an opportunity. And he's made it a brace for himself. The defender's just unable to stay with him. And he's having a field day. Rudiger. The ball with Lucas Vazquez. Rudiger has it. Now with Bellingham. Strong but fair tackle. Rodrigo. Fairly easy for the referee to spot that deflection. So now a throw in. Jamal Musiala. Towards Mbappe. Well, he was under a bit of stress, but back to the keeper. Jamal Musiala. Real Madrid doing well to regain possession here. Real Madrid have given it away. And we're into the final half hour. Vinicius Junior. Nicely timed tackle. Can they do something positive on the counter-attack? Well, it fizzled out. Well, they could run onto it here. Can he finish this? And they couldn't make it happen in front of goal. My goodness, they need a boost.
Well, big chance to reduce the deficit, but it's been totally wasted. That was a poor effort.
Plenty of support here. Guerrero. That's a good ball. Sound piece of goalkeeping. Real might threaten on the flank. Well, it came to nothing in the end. Well, not smooth, but fiercely competitive in midfield. It might be. And a goal to increase their advantage to 3. Can they be stopped? Rudiger. Great vision to switch the play. Courtois. And Valverde. The referee spotted the little nick on the way through, so a throw-in coming up. Vinicius. And back to Valverde. And now Rodrigo. Gives it a go! And pushed away to safety. Harry Kane. Could be a chance to break here. And he's broken free. Full marks for trying it. And you cannot argue with a hat-trick. Simply unstoppable today. Mendy. Just 10 minutes remaining here. Lucas Vazquez. Mendy. Here's Valverde. And having a goal! Oh, did so well to deny him. Over it comes. Really good build-up, but no end product. Well, they might be able to launch a counter-attack. Well, they promised much on the break, but ultimately delivered little. Feeding it through. Sané. Opportunity. Oh, there it is! It's one goal after another, and it speaks to the quality of that performance. From one side of the pitch to the other. Jude Bellingham. Not too fussy in clearing his lines. And Bayern sloppy in possession here. Got in the way of it. Bayern have given it away again. Well, in terms of added time, a minimum of 1 minute. Well, now is his final. The stadium is buzzing already, and with good cause. Two top sides ready to go at it, and this should be something special on the pitch. Well, this wonderful city offers the visitors so much, including football. Barcelona, of course. I'm Derek Ray, and sitting alongside me, ready to provide all the technical and tactical analysis, is Stuart Robson. And on the menu for you today, live action from La Liga EA Sports. It's Barcelona, and they face Villarreal.
Well, Derek, we can talk about coaches and their methods, but it's now down to the players. Which ones are going to stand out, who will affect the game, and who will have the greater desire? It should be a cracking game, though.
And the Barcelona shape looks like this. Frenkie de Jong plays alongside Pedri in the centre of midfield, and leading the attack today is Robert Lewandowski. And here's a look at the starting 11 for Villarreal.
Well, in this shape, their two holding midfield players will be key today. If they can get...
Can he finish this? Well, wasteful from Barcelona. Plenty of support here. Baena. Opportunity to deliver the cross. Fine tackle there to prevent the chance. Dani Olmo. Pedri. Given away by Barcelona. Well, Rafinha is the ultimate player with a flair for the dramatic. What do you expect to see from him today?
Well, he's the creative spark for this team. He can drift past defenders, he can pick a pass, and he's got that pace off the mark. And I'm sure we're going to see that again today.
And in with a real chance. And he saw the situation developing. The supporters want to see him have a go. That's a foul, and it will be a potentially dangerous free kick. The keeper, and nothing wrong with that free kick either, and played short. Can they get in behind them? And goes for goal! Parejo. And he takes it away. Dani Olmo. Now a decent position. Dani Olmo with it. A goal! On the back of sustained pressure. Now they deservedly hold the advantage. To really get at the opposition here. Not a passing sequence that's easy on the eye. Oh, genuine chance. Oh, there it is! A back and forth sort of match. Now they're level again. The lead lasted nearly minutes. De Jong. Jules Koundé on the ball. Frenkie de Jong. Alex Balde. Rafinha. Balde. Onto de Jong. Koundé. Dani Olmo with it. Has eyes for goal! And I'll tell you what, that didn't miss by much. Santi Comesaña. Now Parejo. Parejo. Very quick thinking there. Nice weight on the pass. as well from the defensive point of view that he was able to make that interception. Can he find the right pass? He can't hold on to it. Well, they can keep possession now.
Well, Villarreal can't quite get their noses in front here, but you sense it won't be too long. They're playing well.
Oh, Stewart, they've got to score. In it goes. But wait a minute, that will not count.
Well, that was tight, but he was just offside. It was a good finish, though.
De Jong. It's a neat move. Just the tackle that was needed. Baena. This looks interesting. Barry. And it's a double for him in this game. No way for the opposition to contain him. And no wonder he's not celebrating. Frankie de Jong. Pedri. On to de Jong. Pedri. Well, inching towards half-time, and probably fair to say the fans were hoping for a little bit better than this. Stuart, your thoughts?
Well, it's been a good game so far, and they've played a big part in that. But if they are to get back into this, they need to be more disciplined defensively. They've just been too open at times.
Pedri. Dani Olmo with it. And with that, the first time. So away they go again, and work to do for Barcelona in this second half. De Jong. Jules Koundé on the ball. Frankie de Jong. Balde. On to de Jong. Alex Balde. Dani Olmo. Passing it around as the search goes on for an equaliser. This could level it. Wonderful challenge, but the chance is still on. Parejo. Plenty of forward momentum here, but can they produce? He's trying to create something. Oh, off the frame.
Well, he's connected well enough with it. He just couldn't get it the right side of the post.
An alert intervention. Raul Albiol. Yeremy. Oh, splendid skill. Will he find the net? Oh, and it goes! Now he has his hat-trick. A special moment for him. Pedri. Dani Olmo with it. Pedri. On to de Jong. Inigo Martinez. And into the last 30 minutes now. Balde. Pedri. On to de Jong. Now what can they do from here? Chance to get themselves back into it. Tremendous defending to stonewall him. Kiko Femenia. De Jong. Read it well. And Barry. Now, let's see what they can do here. Good tackle. It'll be a throw. Santi Comasagna. Well, this could really help the cause. That is a very fine challenge in difficult circumstances. Parejo. And the Villarreal throw coming up. Really good challenge. Plenty of support here. And let's give credit to the defending. Jose Perez. Parejo. Feeding it through. And the goalkeeper expertly anticipated that through ball. 15 minutes left for play. To reduce the deficit. And there it is! Still life left in this game. And they have the momentum now. Costa with it. In possession, Femenia. Santi Comasagna. Yeremy. Well, it's ideal game management when you can pass the ball in this fashion. Raúl Albiol. Santi Comasagna. Yeremy. Fine build-up as they look to add to their advantage. It might be on for them. Oh, it's in! And that might be the goal that clinches it for them. No looking back now, surely. Dani Olmo. Koundé. Pedri. Jules Koundé on the ball. Dani Olmo with it. Rafinha. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. Yeremy. Just failing to hit the target with his pass. And it'll be a throw-in. Rafinha. Can he put it away? Chance still on. And rattling the post. And so the referee blows for... There is no bigger game in Spanish football, and they're certainly the two most successful teams with such passionate fans. Stay with us. We'll bring you all the action live from Catalonia as Barcelona face Real Madrid. Well, you only need to look at the history books to see how close this fixture historically has been. Barcelona at home against Real Madrid on this occasion. I'm Derek Ray. Sitting alongside me here on the gantry is Stuart Robson. And Stuart, this ought to be special.
Well, Derek, this is a magnificent setting for a great rivalry. Let's just hope we see both teams play at their very best today. What an occasion this should be.
And the Barcelona shape looks like this. Frenkie de Jong plays alongside Pedri in the centre of midfield, and leading the line today, Robert Lewandowski. And the starting players for Real Madrid. Thibaut Courtois is in goal. Lucas Vazquez plays with Ferland Mendy in the fullback positions. Federico Valverde plays alongside Aurélien Tchouameni in the centre of midfield. And the main striker today is Kylian Mbappe. And teammates around him. He's foiled them on his own. Oh, good-looking run. Really good build-up, but no end product. A really single-minded piece of defending to make sure nothing untoward happened. Oh, this is looking promising. Oh, the threat was very real. Marvellous defending. Rodrigo. And the deflection means a corner. Who can he pick out? Well, it has come to nothing. Dani Olmo. And he's through here. And the first goal, always important. Lewandowski has bagged it. Federico Valverde. Aurélien Tchouameni. Bellingham. Tchouameni. Jude Bellingham. On the ball, Rudiger. Aurélien Tchouameni. Bellingham. Good weight on that pass. The ball back with Real now. And support available. But timely defending when it mattered. Mendy. And back to Mendy. Barca regaining possession. Balde. Here's Rafinha. Alex Balde. An encouraging move from Barca. Is this the moment? He cuts it back. Great defending here. Well read to put an end to that attack. This could be the equaliser. But oh, what an important save. How about that?
Well, at least he hit the target, but he should really beat the keeper from there. They should be level now.
Valverde. Determined defending. Intelligent threaded pass here. Took a really smart piece of defending to stop them. Tchouameni. And showing fine vision. Vital intervention. Corner for Real. Can they use it productively? It's a perfect challenge. Rafinha. Space here for Barcelona. Will he play it in? Lewandowski. And is this the moment for Lewandowski? Oh, a vital piece of last-ditch defending.
Well, that could prove to be a big moment in the game. They still have a chance here, and that's thanks to that save by Courtois.
Well, in possession now and looking to create something of their own. Really good challenge. And the cut back. And it's in! Beyond the goalkeeper. Real Madrid on level. Rafinha. Now with De Jong. Inigo Martinez. On to De Jong. And it's with Inigo Martinez. Dani Olmo with it. Pedri. He read the situation defensively and did his job. And the manager. Well, underway once more, and it's going to be fascinating to see what developments occur in this second half. Federico Valverde. Rudiger has it. Valverde. Tchouaméni. Here's Valverde. Rudiger. Real losing possession. And defensive play to be applauded. Tchouaméni is with Vinicius Junior, and the ruling is offside here. Well, he's given us away. Can he find the right pass? And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. Well, Vinicius Junior, always very effective, and that was the case in the first half. What have you made of his performance up to this point?
Well, he stepped forward for his team with the equaliser. It could prove to be the key turning point in this contest, as they haven't been at their best today. You do feel they need to find another gear in the second half, though, if they are to go on and win it.
Rodrigo. Good idea. Well, there is a very alert goalkeeper for you. Koundé. Lewandowski now. Pedri. Now can they hit them on the counter? Alex Balde. And a chance to whip it in here. Well, it's one pass after another. It's hard to do it inside your own penalty area. Mbappe. Oh, nice work to get past his opponent. And that'll be a Barca throw. Real did well to regain control of the ball. Lewandowski. Rafinha. Plenty of support here. And they have. You've got to say, it has been coming. Bellingham. The ball with Lucas Vazquez. Valverde. Rudiger has it. Chouameni. Jude Bellingham. Here's Valverde. Well, we have 20 minutes left in this game. Federico Valverde. Lucas Vazquez. Valverde. Jude Bellingham. Rodrigo. Making sure nothing untoward happened. Superb tackle. Valde. Rodrigo. And that move comes to an end. Goal kick. Dani Olmo. Lewandowski. And favouring the infield route, Lewandowski. Well, it could be on for him here. Oh, but denied. Full credit to the keeper.
Well, of course he should score, but what a save that is.
Pedri. Lewandowski. Genuine chance. Oh, a challenge of the highest order. Real Madrid attacking, and they have to give it a go with time not on their side. Rodrigo cuts it back. This could be the equaliser. Late drama here. Level once more. Incredible scenes. Pedri. And it's with Íñigo Martínez.
Well, time is running out to get this winner, but the fans certainly believe it's coming. Just listen to the noise. What a fantastic finish we could have here.
Barcelona on the front foot in anticipation of scoring the winner. Pretty straightforward for the keeper. Well, just 1 minute of time added on for stoppages here. And that is the whistle for... What a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and the fans are pouring into the stadium. The tension palpable. It's Barcelona. They take on Athletic Bilbao and it's live on EA TV. Hello, wherever you happen to be. Welcome to Catalonia. Welcome to Barcelona. I'm Derek Ray at the microphone, and joining me for match commentary is Stuart Robson. And what we have coming up for you is action from La Liga EA Sports. It's Barcelona, and they take on Athletic Bilbao.
Yes, thanks as always, Derek. We've got two good teams here, so I'm anticipating a really good game. The atmosphere is electric inside the stadium before kick-off, and hopefully
Well, this wonderful city offers the visitors so much, including football. Barcelona, of course. I'm Derek Ray, and I'm joined here on the gantry for commentary by Stuart Robson. And on the menu for you today, live action from La Liga EA Sports. It's Barcelona, and they take on Athletic Bilbao.
Well, as is always the case, both teams will look to control the centre of the pitch. Whichever can do that will dominate possession and probably the game. This is going to be key, I think, today.
Well, this is what we think for Barcelona. Frenkie de Jong plays alongside Pedri in the centre of midfield. And leading the attack today is Robert Lewandowski. And Barca moving the ball with purpose. Well, it came to nothing in the end. Now let's run the rule over the Athletic Bilbao starting lineup.
Well, they're matching up here, so midfield domination will be key to winning this game. If they can manage that, it will then allow their fullbacks to join their attacking play.
Now, who can he play it to? Can he put them in front? Huge block. Looking for someone to play it to. Lewandowski. Opportunity. There it is. And just the ideal start. A switch of play now. Williams. Made it look routine, but read it well. Balde. Perfect challenge. Well, not the greatest pass, easily intercepted. Very effective pass. Sunset. He might be through here. Oh, the crossbar is still reverberating. Well, the keeper's not complaining. He has custody of the ball.
Well, he can smile now. He was beaten by the initial effort, but did well to cling on at the second attempt.
And making headway. Well, they get themselves level here. And they couldn't quite muster a real threat. Gorosabel. Williams. Chance here. And they've done it to square the game once again. Exhilarating. Alex Balde. De Jong. Koundé. Pedri. Dani Olmo with it. Pedri. Rafinha. Failure to keep the ball by Barca. Nice weight on the pass. And that's a very good parry. The outcome is a free kick here. Pedri. Dani Olmo with it. The fans want to see a shot. Nicely timed tackle. Plenty of support here. Lewandowski. Can they forge ahead? No! Chance missed.
And a big chance at that, Derek. He should have put them in the driving seat there.
He's given it away. Lewandowski. Could be dangerous. And quick thinking defensively. Williams. Sunset. And Barcelona have possession again. Lewandowski. Williams. Looking for that final pass. Looking for the goal that would put them ahead. That's a good pass. Going for the dink. Oh, football finesse at its very best. You can't argue with that finish. Dani Olmo. De Jong. Koundé. Now with De Jong. A chance then for the respective managers to... So back underway, and an intriguing second half in prospect. Dani Vidian. It's with Williams. Gorosabel. Williams. Could be threatening. Well, it nearly worked out, and a fine interception. Pedri. Dani Olmo with it. Good visualisation and execution. Still trying to make something happen. Gorosabel. Defensive Brazilians to shut them down. And the cross goes in. Well, it looks so threatening, but the danger averted. Well, let's see what they have in store for them on the break. And it looked like open road for them, but up a dead end. Lewandowski. Big chance. A good technique in terms of how he struck it. Dani Vidian. This man will get most of the plaudits for his contribution up to this point, Stuart.
Well, I'm sure the manager will be delighted with him.
Oh, wait a minute, Stuart. Look what's happening. Oh, it's in! A two-goal cushion now, and the lead fully merited. De Jong. Koundé. Now with De Jong. Valde. Pedri. Dani Olmo. Now with De Jong. Promising move from Barcelona. And possession lost by Athletic Club. Well, doesn't have to do it on his own. Some of the fans are screaming, have a go. What was the chance they could get caught out on the break here? Opportunity! Very timely interception. Lewandowski. Lewandowski. Well, Athletic come away with it. Gorosabel. Nice weight on the pass. Well, it looked as though he might be onto something, but his timing left a bit to be desired.
Yeah, that's frustrating, because he's just been too impatient there. He doesn't need to make his movement quite so early.
That's what you call defending from the front. Possibilities here. And it goes! To reduce the deficit. Still very much alive and kicking. Yuri Bertice. Now Ruiz de Galarreta. Gorosabel. We're inside the final quarter of an hour now. Just failing to hit the target with his pass, and it'll be a throw-in. Ruiz de Galarreta. Can they create something? And a fine reading of the situation. Lewandowski.
Well, what a dramatic finish we could have here. These Barca fans are ramping up the atmosphere now.
Excellent ball over the top. But no, just offside.
Well, it was close, and it is offside. The assistant got that absolutely right.
Barcelona fighting against this overall situation. What can they pull out of the fire? Keeping the ball moving. But then the one that fails to hit its target. And just as well from the defensive point of view that he was able to make that interception. Rafinha. Could be troublesome. Really fine piece of defending play to break it up. Effective press. Oh, crucial tackle. Brilliant. Decisive pass. Very effective pass. Lewandowski. This could level it. And all square now. And you have to ask the question, is there time for either side to win it? And the referee blows the whistle, still all... The stadium is buzzing already, and with good cause. Two top sides ready to go at it, and this should be something special on the pitch. A night of excitement stands before us potentially here at the Estadio de la Ceramica, the home of Villarreal. I'm Derek Ray, and sharing commentary with me as usual is Stuart Robson. And on the menu for you today, live action from La Liga EA Sports. It is Villarreal versus Barcelona.
Well, thanks, Derek, as always. The scene is set, two good teams, a great playing surface and a vibrant atmosphere. It has all the ingredients for a really exciting game.
Jeremy. Well, here is the lineup for the hosts today.
Well, the 4-4-2 system relies on good combinations all over the pitch. The front two, the central midfield pairing, the fullback and winger, and of course the centre-backs. If you can get these combinations right, you'll have a good team.
And here's the starting 11 for Barcelona. Pedri starts alongside Frenkie de Jong in the centre of midfield. And getting the vote of confidence in attack today, Robert Lewandowski. Pedri. Good patient build-up as they try to fashion something. Firing it towards goal. Just can't get it past him. Well, he always has to be regarded as a dangerous opponent, so what should we expect to see from him in this game, Stuart?
Well, he links everything together. He can play in tight areas, he can pass beyond pressure, and he makes good decisions. Certainly a key player today.
And that's a piece of goalkeeping you're going to see again and again and again. They take it short. Decent position. Now he must favour the cross. Excellent block. Kiko Femenia. Kiko Femenia with it. Well, a textbook interception. Can he find the right pass? Can he put them in front? Yes is the emphatic answer. And you have to say it was on the cards. Santi Comesaña. It's with Raúl Albiol. Jeremy. Now Parejo. Raúl Albiol. Santi Comesaña. Now, do they mean business on this occasion? Well, it came to nothing in the end. Lewandowski. It needs an accurate cross. Lewandowski. Trying to open them up. Good-looking move. And it's in! All square again. What a match this is turning out to be. De Jong. Jules Koundé on the ball. Frenkie de Jong. Balde. Dani Olmo with it. Frenkie de Jong. Dani Olmo. Oh, good use of the ball. Pedri. Will it be? A strong glove on the ball from the keeper. Jeremy. Alex Baena. Parejo. Well read to win possession back. They're playing it through. stop it.
Brilliant save. From that sort of range, he had no right to stop that.
Attending to his defensive chores. That's a good-looking pass. Lewandowski. Pedri. He read the situation defensively and did his job. Good ball to switch the play. Parejo. Really good challenge. Well, there's a really stylish piece of running. Must take the lead here, and they have. You've got to say, it has been coming. Kiko Femenia. And time is up as far as the first. Into the second half then, and Barcelona hold the advantage, but a long way from being settled. De Jong. And it's with Íñigo Martínez. Koundé. On to De Jong. Pedri. Here's Rafinha. Balde. Well, great read there to intercept. Barry. Yeremy. It's with Parejo. Well, they're on the scent of something positive. Excellent defending. He's in here. Can they stop it going in? Well, nothing comes of it. Santi Comesaña. And possibilities here. And offside, unfortunately. Well, Rafinha was so difficult to contain in the first half. And Stuart, I wonder what your analysis as regards his performance might be.
Well, he certainly had an impact on that first half.
It has to be! And effectively parried away by the keeper. Baena. Santi Comesaña. Villarreal sloppy in possession. Koundé. Well, it looked highly promising, but they got nothing out of it. And into the last 30 minutes now. Barry. Now with Perez. Baena. Santi Comesaña. Jose Perez. There's eyes for goal. The goalkeeper covered a lot of ground to push that away from danger. Well, the pass not finding its target.
Well, Villarreal have to keep going here. So close to getting the equaliser there.
Yes, in the mood to exert more pressure. Parejo. Well read to ease the pressure. And teammates around him. Opportunity here. Straight forward for the keeper.
Well, these fans are right behind the team here. Can they get the equaliser, though?
going to end up being productive for them. Fine reading of the situation. Oh, could be an opportunity here. Is this the moment? A good take under duress there. Parejo. Alex Baena. And Barcelona winning the ball back. The challenge could have been borderline, but play on. And Barcelona being afforded too much space. Well, didn't go to plan in the end. Barry. Kiko Fernandez with it. Parejo. Jeremy. The side to shoot. Excellent block. Well, they are behind, but can they give themselves a boost with this corner?
Well, these fans have had to be patient. Could this be the equaliser?
Pulls it back. Well, the counter chance looks very real. Will they profit from this situation? Well, it looked like open road for them, but up a dead end. And after that fantastic effort, it's gone out for a throw-in. Well, nearing full time, and here's the question, are they going to come up just that little bit short? Stuart, your thoughts?
Well, it's been a tight match, but they haven't done quite enough going forward, in my view. It's all been a bit too predictable. A lot of passing, but not enough penetration. They have to get crosses into the box in these final few minutes if they want to get anything out of this.
Barry. Jeremy. Well, still pushing forward. It's a matter of whether or not they can come up with an equaliser. Well, they kept their shape defensively. Job done for now. Lewandowski. A very timely interception. That's a good-looking ball. But the flag goes up, offside.
Well, he just needs to play that a bit sooner. The pass was definitely on.
And we will have just one additional minute. Rafinha. Back to Lewandowski. And he's in an offside position. The final whistle is sounded, and it's a victory for... The stadium is buzzing already, and with good cause. Two top sides ready to go at it, and this should be something special on the pitch. They are the two foremost teams in Spanish football, Real Madrid and Barcelona, and they're getting ready to face each other here at the Bernabeu. My name's Derek Ray, and joining me for commentary is Stuart Robson. Stuart, can't wait for this one.
No, nor can I, Derek. They don't come any bigger than this, do they? The two giants of Spanish football. The atmosphere is incredible inside this stadium. Let's hope we see a top-class game as well.
And the starting 11 for Real Madrid. Thibaut Courtois begins in goal. Lucas Vazquez plays with Ferland Mendy in the fullback positions. Rodrigo plays with Vinicius Junior in the wide areas. And handed the task of playing up front today is Kylian Mbappe. And here's the starting 11 for Barcelona. Pedri starts alongside Frenkie de Jong in the centre of midfield. And getting the vote of confidence in attack today, Robert Lewandowski. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. Kylian Mbappe. Vinicius Junior. And the danger clear. And Real Madrid have the ball again. Mbappe must take the lead here. And they have. You've got to say, it has been coming. Inigo Martinez. Pedri. On to de Jong. And it's with Inigo Martinez. Pedri. De Jong. Pedri. Koundé. Here's Rafinha. Jules Koundé on the ball. It needs an accurate cross. Not a great pass. They've ceded possession, Barca. Jude Bellingham. Mbappe. And Bellingham. And not cleared away properly. Oh, denied in his quest to make it a double.
Well, his movement, his technique and his goal threat have been really good today.
Mbappe! And a goal! A significant deflection, and no wonder the goalkeeper is looking up at the sky in disbelief. Pedri. Frenkie de Jong. Pedri. Barcelona have lost possession. Koundé. Defensive roadblock in the way of that cross. Lewandowski. Real Madrid coming away with it. Oh, fancy footwork. Surely. Oh, blocked it. Well, opting for the short corner. It's a neat move. Well, that's how to do it inside your own penalty area. Federico Valverde. Really inventive stuff from Real here. And he couldn't worry the keeper with that effort. Rafinha. This is Robert Lewandowski. Well, spot on with that challenge. Bellingham. Clear foul, but a Real Madrid advantage. And he read it superbly. The free kick decision goes the way of Barcelona. De Jong. Rafinha. Oh, moving it nicely. And quick thinking defensively. Well, this could really help the cause and to reduce the deficit. A goal! That's exactly what they needed. That should get them believing again. Rudiger and Valverde. And very deftly cut out. Rudiger has it. And that is that. Well, it is advantage Real after the first 45 minutes, but it's a long way from being settled. Tchouaméni. Federico Valverde. The ball with Lucas Vazquez. Jude Bellingham. Here's Valverde. Rodrigo. And Valverde. Vinicius Junior. Dani Olmo. Promising move from Barcelona. The referee has given the advantage to Real Madrid. They couldn't maintain possession. Oh, that's splendid play. Oh, maybe the equaliser. Magnificent challenge to win it back. You certainly have got to give this man high marks for his work up to this point, Stuart.
Yeah, he's done okay in that first half. He's had a lot of the ball, he's used it well, and he's been energetic. But unfortunately, that can't be said about the rest of the team, who need to improve if they're going to turn this around.
Jude Bellingham. Lewandowski. Here's Rafinha. "30 minutes to go then. Oh, danger here. We keep plugging away. De Jong. Now with Lewandowski. Not high quality defending. Good work from Barcelona to win it back. And teammates to play it to. And the deflection there before it went over the byline. Going to be a corner. They take it short. Koundé. Now with Lewandowski. Strong hand on that one.
Well, it's been a struggle for Barcelona, but that was a chance to draw level. Credit, though, to the goalkeeper. What a stop that was.
Well, now they've got to concentrate on keeping the door locked. Lewandowski. It's been threaded by Lewandowski. And a goal! Rudiger.
Aurelien Tchouameni.
Bellingham. And Valverde. Jude Bellingham. The ball with Lucas Vazquez. Lucas Vazquez. Now with Bellingham.
Tchouameni.
Is with Vinicius Junior. Federico Valverde. And return to Vinicius. Given away by Real Madrid. Could be threatening. And now waiting to pounce. And it's in! They're back in front! Stunning scenes here!
Pedri. Valde.
Pedri. Dani Olmo with it. Just 10 minutes to go. De Jong. Jules Koundé on the ball. Koundé. Dani Olmo with it. And a tidy tackle. Mendy. Clear to see who got the last touch, so a throw-in it'll be. Valverde. Now with Bellingham. Well, there to intercept. Given the circumstances, Barcelona have got to go for it. Time is against them here. And the counter-attack is on. Options available. Vinicius Junior. Oh, good work by the keeper.
Pedri.
Rafinha. Dani Olmo with it. And a good tackle.
Mbappe.
Well, it might still work out for them. And the referee brings this match. Well, this is the kind of match every football fan looks forward to. A lot on the line and the likelihood of a tension-packed occasion. It's Athletic Bilbao, and they take on Barcelona. It's coming up live next on EA TV. Well, it's always a great pleasure to bring you matches from this venue, the Estadio San Mamés in Bilbao. My name is Derek Ray, and I'm joined for commentary by the former Arsenal and West Ham player Stuart Robson. And coming up, pulsating action from La Liga EA Sports. It's Athletic Bilbao facing Barcelona.
Well, I'm excited by this encounter today. Both teams have a good game plan, both teams can be physical, and both teams have creative players. It could be a case of who wants it more.
Let's run the rule over the Athletic Bilbao starting lineup.
Well, on paper, they look a very balanced team. The three advanced midfielders must at times make runs beyond the centre forward. Otherwise, they might just lack a bit of penetration.
Well, this is what we think for Barcelona. Frenkie de Jong plays alongside Pedri in the centre of midfield, and getting the vote of confidence in attack today, Robert Lewandowski. Cutting in, what can he do from this position? And that puts them in position, and that's a very good parry. Koundé. De Jong. Lewandowski now. Lewandowski. Athletic Club regaining possession. He has teammates around him. Ruiz de Galarreta. Oh, that's a really good run. Fine goalkeeping to push that away. Corner coming up. Oh, surely. Another corner. Not cleared away completely. Right over for now, it seems. Could be threatening. Oh, it nearly worked out. And a fine interception. Williams. And Barca moving the ball with purpose. And a fine reading of the situation. Pedri. Well, doesn't have to do it on his own. He's given it away. And tremendous individual skill. Lewandowski. They could nudge in front. The goalkeeper. And he gobbles up the second chance. Disappointment for the keeper. No wonder he's asking questions of his defence. Vivian.
Tenéis un refresco gratis para disfrutar.
Nico Williams. Interception to snuff out the danger. Can they get in behind them? Not showing good patience. Lewandowski. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. And they continue to advance, and a lot of options here. And possession lost by Athletic Club. And giving them too much space on the flank. Big chance to get them on terms. And it goes! The leveller! Thrilling stuff here. Inigo Martinez. De Jong. And it's with Inigo Martinez. De Jong. Koundé. Pedri. Inigo Martinez. Jules Koundé on the ball. Excellent defending. Lewandowski. Well, it's an opportunity to take the lead. In it goes! And the second time of asking, and the keeper feels hung out to dry. Gorosado. Well, wasteful from Barcelona. And that's a really fine piece of work defensively. And so the first time. Into the second half then, and Barcelona hold the advantage, but a long way from being settled. Inigo Martinez. Koundé. Balde. Pedri. Dani Olmo with it. Well, spot on with that challenge. Well, it's a decent looking attack, this. Oh, now, will it be a red card? Change. And a goal almost bewitching in its beauty. Excellent technique. Inigo Martinez. De Jong. Ronald Araujo. Jules Koundé on the ball. Balde. Inigo Martinez. Now with De Jong. Koundé. Frankie De Jong. A good pass. Williams. Oh, body in the way, crucially. Well, the teams are locked together. Will it stay that way following this corner? Read it superbly to take back possession. And slipped through beautifully. Can he finish? And it's a goal! Despite their numerical disadvantage, they find themselves in front. Dani Vivian. Gorosado. Now Ruiz de Galarreta. Sunset. Seemed to switch off for a moment, and now a throw-in. Williams. Ronald Araujo. referee has given the advantage to Barca.
Pedri.
Another good tackle. Lewandowski. And is this the moment for Lewandowski? And it's in! A goal for Barcelona! They are the team in charge. Realising that it might be opening up on the opposite flank. Out of play then. Barcelona throw coming up. And back it goes. And he read it superbly.
Pedri.
It's a fine piece of attacking play from Lewandowski. And he has teammates to give it to. And it wasn't a great pass, was it? Nice weight on the pass. Well, he had just gone beyond the last defender, Stuart.
Well, that's a real shame because the through ball is really well weighted, but he just took too long to play it.
Can he take advantage? Well, he stumped it out of there without much fuss. Oh, moving it nicely. Chance maybe to use their counter-attacking ability to good effect. Well, they have to pay attention. Well, it looks so promising, but it all comes to nothing. And tremendous individual skill. And they need to get tighter here. But nothing comes of it. Good defending it was. A free-kick decision goes the way of Barcelona. I'm not sure about you, Stuart, but I thought that was going in.
Well, so did I, but in the end it comes to nothing. But what a great strike it was. It was hit so sweetly.
Nicely cut out. Lewandowski. The referee knew that was foul play, but advantage it is. Well, that's how to do it inside your own penalty area. 5 minutes to go. Opportunity. And read the danger magnificently.
Well, if he gets this wrong, a penalty and a sending off, but he was spot on with his challenge.
Lewandowski. Just the challenge that was required. Decent looking pass. Oh, good save. 1 minute of stoppage time has been added on.
I would like to say the keeper's kept them in this game, but I can't see them getting back into this one.
Well, on the back of that breathtaking piece of goalkeeping, can they keep the ball and create? And there goes the final whistle.